All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Back at the mouth of the lake, Ferguson. Worms, skipjack, and beef for bait. Beautiful day. Temperature going to drop down into the low 60s here tonight. Charles Phillips. Well, what we got here? Same old, Charles. Everything look all right, sound all right. All right, thank you, sir. Boy, the poet busy tonight. Okay. Yeah, man, I don't expect you to sit here and watch this. Ain't nothing, ain't nothing happening. Hey, Big Matt, what's going on, man? What's up? Appreciate you dropping by, man. This is the mouth of Lake Ferguson. The camera's pointed at the lake. To the left is the Mississippi River. This is the port of Greenville, Mississippi. Right on the left got worms, the one in the middle skipjack, and the one on the right beef. Only thing that's had a bite is the beef. There's another one. Must be little fish. Yeah, I better get this thermocell out before it gets dark. You know, mosquito is Mississippi state bird. A lot of current, back current in this hole right here. River rising. Current coming back in here pretty hard. Beautiful evening. Fish may not be cooperating, but it's a beautiful afternoon. Hey, Blaine, I've had one or two bites on the pole on the right that's got a piece of stew meat on it. Had a couple of pretty good bites on it. That's it. Nothing on the skipjack. How, you at the football game? Oh, you've already been to the football game. How did Towers get to play much? Oh, not over. Wait a minute. Let me put my glasses on. Hey, Sunfish. Not nope. Over. They won. Okay. No, no fish. A couple of bites on a piece of beef. That's it. Assassin. Well, I hate that he didn't get to play any, but I guess when you get quarantined and miss practice, I guess that's what happens. Oh, he did get to play some then. Okay, good, good, good. I'm glad he got to play. I didn't know if he was gonna get to play any or not. Okay, good. That's great. Can you hear those geese? Yeah, the big flock of Canada geese went down the other side of the river. I thought I was listening to them on this telephone, but I guess I was just hearing them just hearing them. I got my there you go, Sunfish. Yeah, I've got a good friend that coaches at Sandy Creek. I think he may have retired this year, and he was a linebacker coach at Sandy Creek. You know where that is? Lafayette County. Oh, y'all ought to be able to see those geese coming over. They right between the left two poles. Pretty good flight. Sunfish, what's Bex doing? She probably caught about 40 already. Oh, 2.5 hours. Okay. Yeah, he's not listed on the coaching staff this year, so he may have retired this time. He's been there a long time. Or he may have changed jobs. Heck, who knows? Blaine, I'm talking about Eddie Householder. You ought to remember him. Well, I think now. Sam Pittman. Okay. All right. Good. Yeah. I remember when he was there. Yeah. Oklahoma. All right. Well, that's a good reason to go back to Oklahoma. If that's where your wife is from. Because if mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. Yeah. All right. right, I'm gonna have to rebait these poles right here before dark and get my light set up. We're fishing better where you live. Oh no. No. The the chemical, the St. Louis and Memphis back in the 40s and well 50s actually, when they had all those chemical plants there and they discharged all the waste products into Mississippi, it reached the fish kill or the river was fairly sterile of catfish all the way to about the Bolivar County in Mississippi. You can look on the map and see where that is. Uh, they discharged all those chemicals and stuff. Well, in '69 and '70, I think it was, they passed the Clean Water and Clean Air Act, and they made those companies start doing something with that discharge. And the catfish made a big comeback. And now there's lots of over 100-pound catfish caught out here every year. Uh, Memphis, the 30, I think it's 35 miles of river at Memphis is still a no-eat zone because of chloridane. They catch monster fish in that strip up there at Memphis, right in the city limits. But no, the fishing's better now for catfish than it was when I was growing up. And I'm 74 years old, so yeah, the Mississippi River fishing is a lot better now than it was when I was growing up. Now in the 20s and 30s, before all of that pollution, oh yeah, man, they caught some monsters out here. But they're coming back. The monsters are out there again now. All right, well, let me rebait these to the pole. Put this fresh skipper head on there. Put a steak on this other one. All right, there it is. Hey, Rhino. Oh, yeah, that's all I use. Yeah, they old PN 309s. I'm an old boat fisherman, and that's all I ever had to use in the boat. PN 309s, the old red bake light ones. That's what they are. Little winches, little hand winches. Appreciate y'all stopping by. Oh yeah, 209. Yeah, yeah. They don't they don't cast real good, but you know, from the boat, you're not interested in casting. You're interested in handling those big fish that you hang into. But these are the old ones made in Pennsylvania. I don't know how many of them I bought for people through the years on eBay. Never got beat on one of them. Every one of them I ever bought was just as good as they described it. Yeah, I remember I never have been too much on all that. Just I bought a 309 on a pole from a fella in Arkansas back in 71, 72. It's brand new, and I loved it. And when I when I added more rods, I added more 309s. Yep. Yeah. Now I had one that I took the level wind off of. There's a bite on that head, skipjack head. I took the level wind off of it so I could throw it. I could throw it a little bit better. But I eventually put it back on. I could probably take the level wind off of these and throw them a lot better. That's right. Yeah. The first two I bought off of eBay came on 10-foot dial with rods, matching rods and matching reels. God, it was a long time ago. I paid $45 a piece for them, plus shipping, and I don't remember shipping wasn't all that killing bad. They won't. They were blue. They were rods. They were however you pronounce it. A lot of current, back current right here, and he just wearing the fire of that head on that middle rod. This is a big eddy. I don't know. It must be at least 5 acres of it here. At least 5 acres, maybe more. And the river's rising, so the water's coming back in the lake. I went out yesterday morning, and I must have fished in 20 different places with worms trying to find some bullheads or some sunfish. It didn't make me any difference. I got 2 bites. I didn't catch a single one. I had some traps, and I sold all of them because I didn't think I was gonna fish anymore. And I got started back on this bank fishing, and now I don't have any traps or anything to catch bait with. Do you have the old red bake light ones, or you got the new black ones, the 209? Black side cases. Okay. Yeah, that's a late model one. That's a late model. I tell you what I like about these old pens, and I redid all three of these once. I had as the drag system, and they got a good drag on them. Well, I appreciate y'all stopping by. I know Bex is fishing. I wonder how many fishes she caught already. Her and Steve. I think they're live too. Yeah, they're easy to work on. I used to do it, but I don't fool with it anymore. My fingers and got too fat and they shake too bad. That 209 is a good rod, a good reel. I know a lot of people that fish with them in the Mississippi, and they catch the big fish with them too. Where you going? Oh yeah. Okay. You all right? I remember that. Yeah. Steve Adam. How about that? Yeah, I remember. I remember. Well, that's good. That's a good name. Oh yeah, golly, I hate that. I hate it. Hate it. Hate it. Yep. Right. Rhino. Yep. Hello, fins and fowl. Where are you fishing at? Okay. If you look on Google Earth, Greenville, Mississippi. Greenville sits on an oxbow lake, which is the port of Greenville. And I'm fishing at the mouth of the lake where it runs into the Mississippi River. It's cut off. It's cut off from the river on the north end, but the boats still come in. Those are well, you can see the barges over there across the lake from me now. But I'm sitting at the where the lake and the river meet. Yeah, it's in the description. Yeah, duh, I reckon it's right. Yeah. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny, Randall. Yeah, I don't know how to do all those thumbnails and all that stuff, so I just put a description in there. I would have put the date, but I couldn't. I couldn't remember whether it's the 8th or the 9th, and I'd already started loading StreamYard, so I said the heck with it. Yeah, long week. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in that tournament that Aaron is having October the 1st and October the 2nd, where it's a river fisherman paired up with a lake fisherman. And so that's the reason I'm fishing here, trying to figure out where to fish. Because I'm fishing from the lake side of the team. So he was having trouble finding lake fishermen, and I can fish either one. I've got some river spots I could go to, but I just soon fish right here. Easy to get to, and I got cell service. And sooner or later, I guess I'll catch some fish. I don't know. Yeah, Aaron's tournament. Catfish regulator. He's having one October the 1st and 2nd. Do you know about it, fans? Okay. Yeah, I didn't know. I just I tell you how I got in it. I just happened to be up late one night after midnight, and he and Becca and Willie were talking about it on. They were all on the screen. It wasn't anybody there but those three, and they were talking about it. And I asked them what was up, and they told me. And I never have been in one of these things, so I told him, I said, well, can I get in it? And they said, well, sure. And I said, well, put me in. So that's how I got in it. I just happened to be up late one night and caught them talking about doing it. Southern Sierra, no? Hey, Takedown. Kenneth, how you doing, man? Good to see you in here. I got a couple of these rigs out here that I'm using tonight, Kenneth, with that hose on them with that tubing. Boy, that skipjack head is just steady getting bumped. Hey, have y'all ever seen a barge full of corn on fire? Just corn now, kernel corn. They loaded one of the elevators up in the lake loaded one, I guess, with some green corn or wet corn. The barge is sitting right around the corner down there. Been burning for over a week. Can't see the smoke now, but I could see it earlier when I came down here. Yeah, I do too, but I don't know. Who knows? You don't ever know about this Mississippi. Kenneth, the beauty of that rig is you don't have but one knot that can mess you up, and that's the knot on the hook. And if you use that light test line down to your weight, and you are hung up, and you get a bite, well, when you set the hook or when you pull back, it snaps that weight, and you just lose the weight. You don't lose. You know, the hook is up way up above the rocks or logs or whatever you happen to be in. Now you do get hung up sometimes, but I've been using that rig for, I know, 25 years. And when I first started using it, about the only thing I could find was aquarium tubing. And then I started I started stripping automotive wire. Heat it up and strip it off with your thumb. You know how you do. And I started using that automotive wire. But now, heck, I've come by all kinds of small, heavy tubing that in these factories and things that people have given me. I got rolls of it, different sizes. But I tell you that, you know, when that hook is tied to the reel, and that's all it, between the reel and the hook is nothing there. All you see every little tap, and it's easy to get a hook set. Well, yeah, for sure. They don't ever feel that weight. They feel the line in a pole, the tension from the pole, but they don't ever feel that weight that's right there at the hook because it slides through that sinker slide. The main line goes through that sinker slide right to the pole. If you think about it, it makes a lot of sense. Well, the sun's down. I guess I'm fixing to have to do some lighting up. Still see the poles pretty good on this camera though, on this phone. I just saw what you said up there, Fan. Yeah, popcorn. Yeah, it's a whole, it's 60 trailer truck loads of corn on one of those barges, and it's been sitting there burning for a week. It's putting out it's a terrible white smoke. It's everywhere. Yeah, you get around here and hook these lights up. Yeah. These tugboats in and out of here, these are little old harbor boats bringing barges in and out. Now, that's a big one coming down the river right out there on the left side of the screen. I don't know if you can see him or not. Somebody tell me, can you see the poles okay? Yeah, it should be, but I hadn't had much luck here in the last couple of trips. It should be. The later in the year it gets, the better this ought to be.
Yeah, you go ahead, man. I think I'm gonna slow the top, so you'll beat me.
Can y'all hear that marine radio? Yeah, that's I love to listen to those towboat pilots talking to each other. Every once in a while, they get X-rated. I got it sitting here pretty close where I can cut it off if it, but that's usually way on up in the night. This is a busy port this time of the year. That they move main terminals in the port are grain terminals and fertilizer terminals, and there's two fuel terminals in there where they bring in barge loads of diesel and gasoline. There's two of those in there, and uh, one elevator that takes rice, and then two that take everything. Yeah, the police. Yeah, no, that's towboat captain stuff. And of course the harvest is in full swing down here now, soybeans and corn, and all of those barges that you could see earlier, those are all grain barges, and there's a big tow sitting there loading. They tying new barges on right now. I guess he's headed down the river. But there's a world of grain goes out of Greenville. Rice, corn, soybeans, wheat. It does, that thing does sound like a police scanner. Okay, Blaine. Hey, Blaine, you tell Towers that I'm expecting him to bring me some luck when he comes up here. Kenneth, that's my youngest son, and Towers is his son, and Towers is going to be my net man in Aaron's tournament. Kenneth, I've asked several times, how many fish has Bex and Stephen caught tonight? Somebody's got to know. Yeah. Well, no more fish than I'm catching. He, he may not have to practice. I tell you, this bank fishing is pretty tough now. You got to have a lot of patience to bank fish. You know, when I fished in the boat, when I was and I fished a lot. About 30 minutes is the longest I stayed anywhere. About 30 minutes, 45 at the most. If the water looked really good, I might stay 45. But I've always been under the impression that when you pull up on the spot, if the fish are hungry, the hungry fish bite when you throw the bait out there. And if, otherwise, you got to sit there and wait for them to get hungry. So, and I always moved to another spot till I found where the fish were hungry. Well, I tell you what, Fins, I've been doing it now about 2 weeks, and it's really enjoyable and it's relaxing. But I guess I got a lot to learn about it, and I'm kind of an old dog. I don't know how many tricks I got left to learn, and it's possible that I need to invest in one of the long rods and one good casting reel, an Akuma or Abu or something that I can launch. Yes, indeed, big difference. Entirely different. You got to wait on the fish doing this. You got to just sit here and wait for them. All you can do is try to get in a good spot and hope they come through. Come through feeding, I guess. Yeah, get to a good bank spot. Well, funny you said that though, Finn. Well, I've said this on these live streams before. When I boat fish, I always boat fish and anchored up close most of the time, real close to the bank. I always fish drop offs and cliffs right there along the bank and or ledges. Right, the first ledge off of the bank that runs parallel with the river, and hell, I could spit on the bank sometime. I was so close to it. But ledges, I call ledges the things that run parallel with the current, and drop offs drop off in the holes, gouged out places in the river. But I love fishing the ledges. That first or second ledge in about 30 foot water, 20 to 30 foot water. Okay, Randall, thank you, sir. You be careful now. Good luck to you. I don't know what all's going on, but it sounds like you need some luck, and I'm certainly wishing you good luck. Yeah. Catfish Dave catches a lot of fish, man. Comes another big boat up in here. Oh, that mercy. They ought to at least run one fish up on the bank. I believe this boat gonna come by and offer me a cup of coffee. He's lighting up my world now. Can y'all hear that? The engines on that boat? Okay, Kenny. Thank you for stopping by, man. Yeah, y'all ought to be able to hear that towboat. He's close. There he is. Barely hear it. I think dog. Well, you can sure see it. He's pushing two empty grain barges bring in here to load up, and somebody will leave with it full. Yeah, that's surprising. Y'all could barely hear it. That thing was loud. I still hear it loud. Oh, there's Willie. Dobson, explicit. What's up? Appreciate you coming in, Willie. Got a couple of bites. That's it. That's it. And both of them came on. Well, I've been getting a constant bite on a skipjack head, but I think it must be a little fish. But I got some cubed up stew meat with a little concoction on it there, and I got several good hits on it, but nothing to hold on. Yeah, I did. Yeah, funny you mentioned that. I rebaited all these hooks and threw them back out right before dark, and set my set my light up. And I was standing there, and I said, "I better go to the bathroom before I sit down." And then it dawned on me, I was on the camera. I had to ease on down the bank. Yeah, they ought to bite after all that. I don't know. I keep thinking I started in this. I don't know. This bank is about 150 yards long. 100. Yeah, it's 130 yards anyway. And I've been gradually moving down this bank, and I'm almost to the timber now. And my next trip will be down the bank another, oh, I'll say 30 yards. I'm hemming them up, Willie. That's what I'm doing. I'm hemming them up, rounding them up like a longhorn steer. There's a bite on that first pole. There's a bite, bite. Come on, take it down. No, just got a bite on the first pole. That's a skipjack steak. Just a slap, slap, slap. Nothing major.
We just put it. Let's go ahead and get our part done.
Well, I see old big boy just cut his lights on. Let me turn y'all a little bit where y'all can see him. He just turned his lights on. He's been in here loading. They've been putting barges on him for 2 hours. Well, I think I'm gonna bring that middle pole in and check that head because he's been nibbling on it. Oh, for a long time.
about Warfield Point. We turned up into the lake, back to southern.
Oh yeah. I got me a light. All right, fish. Time for y'all to do something. Bug's not as thick tonight. Hey, Charles. No, I had a couple of bites, 4 or 5 bites, but nothing, no takers. A lot of towboat traffic though. We got one big one down there. Look like he's getting ready to leave here shortly. He just turned his lights on. They've been making up a tow down there for 2 hours, building a tow. Here come another boat up the river. I can hear him bellowing back there. And a lot of boat traffic. Charles, I just don't see how you'd want any more light than that little old light puts out. It's way yonder better than what we did a couple of weeks ago, as far as lighting the poles up. For $19, I might buy 3 or 4 more of them and just light up the whole world. They'll think I'm a towboat sitting over here. Okay, on the left is a skipjack head. In the middle is a skipjack steak, and on the right is a beef cube of beef. And I had some bites on it early, but I hadn't had one lately. But it stays on the hook good. I tell you what I did. It probably sounds crazy, but I bought a small bottle of anise. I bought a package of red Jello, cherry Jello. I bought a package of stew meat, and I bought a tub of chicken livers. I put them chicken livers in a blender and made mush out of them. And I took those, I cut those steaks, those pieces of stew meat into small pieces about big as a die, a set of dice, about a big big die. And I mixed all that up in the Ziploc, and I didn't put much anise in there with it. But I put it all in there and mixed it all up good till it got good and red. And that's what's on it. Now, I had bites on it as soon as I got out here. But I just did that this afternoon. No chicken. I tired of food with that chicken. It gets off the hook. But now I hadn't been salting it. I got to start. I got some left. But I'd rather use stew meat. It stays on the hook better. And I've caught fish on stew meat jug fishing before. Big fish. So I know they'll bite it. Another boat coming up in here. Yeah, I think that liver after it soaks in the refrigerator for a day or two, I think that beef is gonna get real bloody because it's gonna absorb that. It's gonna absorb some of that blood. Because, like I said, I just did it this afternoon, well, right after lunch. So I think that's gonna work pretty good. And I don't know. I put a package of red cherry Jello in there too. I ain't never done that before. No, I didn't use any acidity. I made that mistake when I was about 16 years old, Charles, with that acidity. And I won't ever make that mistake again. I just soon mix up skunk pee and marinate it in it. That is some awful stuff. Yeah, I can't handle it. I can't handle skunk, but But I can deal with skunk better than I can as affinity. Or whatever, however you pronounce it. It's awful. Hey, what what was that stuff used for, Charles? It had a use. Well, what was it? It wasn't medicine, was it? Somebody ought to look that up and see what they used it for. I just wonder how they make that stuff. Oh, ain't no spice, man. You can't cook with that stuff. You know better than that. What would you cook? Colic or something? I don't know. If somebody gave that to me, I'd get well because I'd be wanting to hit somebody. Hey, that middle bite. That's a steak. Let's see. Yeah, that's a steak. Hey, they're just getting all kind of little. Could y'all see that bite? It says spice. How about that? Indian cuisine. No wonder they. Well, I'm not saying. Best way to use it in cooking. Indians used it, huh? Well, I guess you're right. Well, I know you're right because you looked it up. I never would have bet you cooked with. I'd lost money on that deal. All right, now y'all help me out, Charles. Is the angle I'm showing these rods? Can you see the bites, or do I need to be at more of an angle to them? What do you think? What do you think, Finn? I don't think I'll move it tonight, but I'm just for future setups. I just wonder if I need to be at more of an angle to the rods, where you can see them, and when you get a bite, a little better, maybe. I don't know. I'm still learning. And I don't know what caused that picture to jump like that every once in a while. I ain't moving nothing. I don't think. Let's see. I like the camera shooting down the side of the rods. Okay. The camera jumping. I don't know why. That's what I try to do. Okay, Finn. The autofocus, I think. Okay, well, the next time, I'm not going to move it now because every time I do something in the dark, it cuts me off or I end up messing up. But I got you. It'd be real easy. You want, in other words, look down the line of rods is what you're talking about, Finn. Be looking down the line instead of at them kind of from the back. Yeah. Don't worry about it tonight. No, I can't worry about it because I'll mess up and knock myself offline. The camera will jump out of the holder and it'll just be a snafu. But for future reference, I got it. I got it. Thank you for the information. Show the rod from the side, yeah, that we can tell when it pulls. Yeah, I got it. I understand. Now that tall rod there on the right, you ought to be able to see something if it happens on it because you're looking at it at a pretty good angle. And the rod on the left, if it gets a pull down, I don't, them little old taps, I don't know. And I don't think that water is all that killing deep out there. I think it's probably about 20 foot. Yeah, if they get a pull down, I think y'all will be able to see them. Man, that first night me and Charles did this, I had a ring light. I had my camera phone sitting in that holder in the middle of that ring light, using the front, using the front camera. Lord, I couldn't see a thing. I couldn't read chat. I was about blind. My head started hurting. And right at the end of our live stream at 2 o'clock in the morning, I decided to try to figure out how to change that camera around and get the back camera. And I did, and it looked real good to me. And so last Thursday, I used the back camera, and then tonight I'm using the back camera. And I can see chat and everything. And I did away with that ring light. I got one for giveaway if somebody want to pay the shipping because I don't like it. I went up there and bought me a $19 LED 2000 lumen shop light, and I set it on the ground right there by the rods and put my water cooler, my ice cooler right there where it don't glare on me. And man, I like that. Yeah. Well, if you use that back camera and you get rid of that ring light, it look. I mean, I'm 74 years old and I'm sitting up here reading chat with. I got my glasses, but I'm not using them. I got them hung in my shirt. I can see chat great. Now, if you write a real long sentence, I'd put my glasses on to make sure I read it. But that light is sitting over there about 8 or 10 feet away behind my ice chest. Keep the glare off. Shining up in the air. It's shining almost straight up in the air. That little old thing puts out some good light. Yeah, I bet it is bad on the screen.
Not that I'm aware of. I don't see anything nor have I heard anything up there.
Yeah, big boy.
Appreciate it, man.
Big boy getting ready to blow out of here, he said. Yeah, you told me to get to 6,000. And golly. If I'd got to 6,000, I'd have had folks coming down here to see what was going on. 3 times brighter than this thing I got? Good gracious. I'd be coon hunting up in those trees down there. And towboats come by and put that spotlight on me. I'd spotlight them back if I had that 6,000. Oh, man. I can't imagine. Yeah, I couldn't. I'd have to cut the light off and go bait the hooks. I'd get a sunburn. Yeah, you're right. And melt the tape off of the eyes. They fall down there on the ground. 2,000 lumens, 1995 at Harbor Freight. Lumen, tell him, Charles, lumen is a lot less. It has a formula to tell you. Charles, I thought you knew what a lumen was. It takes so many lumens to equal 1 candle power. But I can't remember. I read it when I was trying to decide what kind of lighting I was going to do to get rid of that ring light. I read it. I read all about it, but I can't remember. But I'm getting my world lit up again. Towboat shining light on me. If I wished I had the 6,000 now. I'd turn around and shine it back at him. Oh, you okay? I thought you knew what you were talking about. But it takes so many lumens to equal 1 candle power. I did read that. Now you're gonna shine my light again. know what he calls himself, doing. Light ball on a 10-foot pole, yeah. Is that to get put it up in the air to get the bugs away? Yeah, you put it up in the air and put it away from you, it'll get the bugs away from you. I can't tell if this boat's coming up in here or not, but he's lighting me up. Yeah, I guess he is coming up in here. Damn, I hope he ain't gonna lay up against this bank. I reckon he'll tell me if he is. I don't see a bow light or a stern light on that barge. And I didn't see one when he came by.
Up at Sierra Dawn, we'll take your spot. So he was here when I got here.
You see that? Y'all see that middle rod? God, why don't these fish hook up? There's another one coming up in here. Lord have mercy. Well, there he is. No sign of a light on the front of those barges. I can't believe y'all can't hear that towboat good. Close as he is. There he goes again. In that middle pole. He's hammering it, but he just won't take it. No.
Down on Mount Vernon. Then take off, catch me. I want you back around there somewhere. Looks like you still got a little bit before you get to me. Okay, alright. I still make 3 times when you have an 18. No, get back away northbound, Woolville Point. John, no. Go on over there and blow both doors, please. Yeah, but get on over there. Right.
Oh well. Come on, fishes. Yeah, you act like a red tough. There's another one coming. northbound. Boy, this river is busy. Hey, Eugene. Going good. Nice, cool night. Not having to worry about catching any fish. I can just sit here and relax. I wouldn't mind. There's a strike on the number 3 down there that I just threw back out there. Thank you for stopping in, Eugene. You brought me some luck. You got me a bite, man. I guess I've had plenty of bites. I just nothing hooking up. I may have too big of hooks for these little old fish. Yeah, it is. It's going down to 61, I think, here tonight. Well, I got some jacket and stuff up there in the truck I can go get if I get. But it's not. I feel pretty good. Hey, Chris. You slipped in. I didn't see you. Thank you for stopping in, man. I wish I could catch a fish to show y'all. Yeah, that's a big boy out there. All right, thank you, Chris. Appreciate you stopping by, man. Yeah, I guess one thing y'all can do is watch towboats. There's plenty of them here. That's a big one out there. He's going on up the river. I think, I think I heard on the radio that's the John McMillan. That's one of the big boats on the river. Big towboat. Fins, you still here? and you can't hear that towboat. I cannot believe it. Oh, you can hear it? That's, it's all the green light ought to start. It may show up on this camera by the left pole. I don't see it yet. I don't think I can see it out there. It's kind of disappeared. Yeah, I barely can see it. It's almost at the middle pole. It barely showed up one time. Now that boat's not coming in the lake. It's going on up the river. That's a big one. Hey, Eugene, it's been so many towboats come by here tonight. It may be watch the fish up in the trees somewhere. No, it ain't too much light. The light's not even shining on the water, Charles. It's shining up in the air away from the water. It's shining in these trees back here behind me. It's shining away from the water. That light's not like that ring light where it just shines everywhere. Yeah, that's the green light on top of the pilot house. I don't know. It doesn't show it. That one's not showing up as good, but that boat's close to a half a mile away, quarter of a mile, I guess. No, it's further than a quarter. I don't know what happened. There it comes. Yeah, you can see it there now. There you go. That blue light is on top of the pilot house, and the white light is down at the engine room. The walkway lights around the bottom of the boat.
There's a lot of them that live straight and understand you stop over the store over there, wait on free space or whatever. The way American.
I know it. I don't know what I need to do. You got any idea?
Yeah,
Why is it doing that, Finn?
right there. All right.
I know it. I see it. It jumped. You got any ideas? I'm open for any kind of ideas. See it? It jumped in. I don't know what that's all about. I'm not hitting it. It's just sitting there. I don't know. That's the first time it started doing that. Maybe it's just cold air. Yeah, well, I don't know. You know, this is just I think, third time to try this at night. Charles, what Charles saying? I think it's trying to focus on the rod. I don't know. I just don't know. But I do know it hadn't been doing this. Turning the hair to the right. Lord have mercy, Charles. How about that? Now the rod on the left don't jump. See the rod on the left jump? That handle on that water cooler has got a big glare coming off of it. I don't reckon that's messing it up. Let me lower that, let that handle down. On the treadle. Another towboat going by. Well, it's not doing it as bad. Okay. Another northbound. Hey, still that back. Now the county is still the same. Getting a bunch of bites, but well, getting quite a few bites, Kenneth, but no takedowns, no real takedowns. I don't know. I might need to get smaller hooks. Might need to have smaller bait. I don't know. Had several bites. I don't know. Hell, 10 probably on different poles, head, steak, beef cubes. Well, I appreciate your confidence, man. I appreciate it. I hope I do. I'd like to catch one fish anyway. Oh, another northbound. Lord, that's, Charles, I bet that river's torn up all the way to Memphis with all this traffic. With these northbound. So they tear that river up. Y'all ought to be able to hear this big boy. He's cutting up. Well, I got a bite on that first pole. The one I just rebaited. Yeah. Did you saw it fin? They just they just hitting it though. I don't know and that's fresh skipjack. Must be small fish and they just can't do much with it. Yeah, I did too. It shook the whole rod and everything. It was sitting there shaking, but it just let it go. That boat is going by out there now. It's strictly running on GPS. He's not running any lights. He's got his bow light and stern light up there. No lights burning on the boat or anything. Just a line of orange lights over the walkway. I don't even know if you'll be able to see him when he gets up here. Strictly riding, going on GPS. And I have seen them out here that they didn't have on any lights except the stern and bow and the white light on the back of the towboat. Man, they that's dangerous when you're out there in a boat at night. Right rod, right rod. It got a big bite about 15 minutes ago. I mean, they pulled it down, but it turned it loose. That's a skipjack steak on the left. The head is in the middle now, and the beef is on the right. You want me to put a fresh piece on that fin? Stink up the water real good with that liver juice. Chum them in. I think when I bring it in, I'm gonna put a smaller weight on it. I can throw it a little further with a lighter weight. I don't know what's on there. I got a piece of iron on that. It's heavy. I weighed it, but I can't remember what it weighed. I ain't lighting up down there. Yeah, skipjack can't hardly go wrong. It's just skipjack. All right, we'll go get that beef over there. Change those weights over. There you go, Finn. Woo. wasn't bad as I thought it was gonna be. Oh well. Yeah, gizzard shad. I love gizzard shad, but just about got to have a boat to go get them, and they hard to come by here. Thread fins, got a lot of thread fins. Skipjack is, I love skipjack. Skipjack heads. But the funny thing about those heads, you'll catch more big fish on the head, but you'll miss more fish on the head too. I watched Big Mike the other night. He fought a fish for, I know, 10 minutes. Big fish. I would guess, towards the 100-pound range because I watched him catch a 60, and I called it. I said in the chat, I said that's 60 plus fish. You can just tell that those old big fish don't know they're hooked. They just swim. And this fish just would not give an inch. And way into the fight, that fish was still pulling drag when he wanted to. And he just came off. Nothing broke, nothing. He just came off. You just sometimes you just don't get a good hook set with that old big head. I don't know why, but you sure miss some big fish on the head. Yeah, they don't mind. I just did. I put the Jello in there because everybody else does. I don't know. And I always, anytime I use any kind of meat, I always put a little anise with it. I didn't put much uh, because see, we jug fish used to and don't anymore. But when the river's rising and muddy in the spring, early summer, when you start jug fishing, we free float jugs down the river. You can have 25 per person, 50 per boat, and we free float them down the river. And man, we catch some nice blues doing it. But when the water's muddy and nasty in the early part of the summer, we soak that deer meat in anise and water, deer meat or stew meat, whatever we got there. And we used to use red clothes dye. Red clothes dye. That's what we dyed it with. And you float down the river for, heck, 2 or 3 hours, and when you pull it up, that meat would still be red with that red clothes dye. And we catch the fire to good blues like that. So I just always use that. There's your chicken beef. You see that? You see him pump it? No, but he didn't hook up. But just put that liver in the blender. It might help put a little water with it. I don't know. Niche is the attractant, the base to the attractants, all the fish attractants. The bass fishermen that spray lures and this and that and the other. Well, that's an anise base. It's a fish attractant, and they love it. You know the little red weenies? I think they call them glizzes or something. I don't know. I ain't never heard of all that until I got on YouTube. But we used to take those little red weenies and cut them into about inch long sections and soak them just nothing but anise and water. A real strong mixture of anise and water. Soak them for a day or two before we jug fish with them. We caught fish on them. Yeah, it's in the spice rack at the grocery store. It's anise extract, and a little bit goes a long way. Yeah, anise is to me now. It's just me, in my opinion, and my experiences through the years. Anise is twice as good as that garlic powder, and I mean, anise will catch fish. I mean, I know that. And I never saw any. I've even put anise uh, on skipjack before. We tried that one time. Yeah, anise is some good stuff. You know, I read about these carp fishermen. I, I think they ought to be putting a little anise in that carp bait they make up. Like I said, two or three drops of it goes a long way. Another towboat. Uh, great. Yeah, it's anise is that licorice flavor. You open the bottle of it, you'll know what it smells like. You'll know you smelled it before. You know, it's funny, but it's so loud sitting here. The last two casts, I couldn't hear my weights hit the water out there. There's a bite on your chicken beef over there, Finn. Yeah, yeah. Put a. I don't think a bottle of it $2 or $3, and it lasts forever. Now, if you really want to get uptown, go to the pharmacist and get some of the anise they sell at the pharmacy. Now, you talking about potent. You sure don't want to use much of that. Or the little kids be trying to lick on you thinking you're a licking stick. Are you married, Finn? Or have a girlfriend? Or a mother? I'm just going to give you a little advice. If you've got any of the three living in your house, make sure they're gone when you put that liver in their blender. And make sure you wash it up good when you get through. Because they don't want the margaritas tasting like chicken liver. Yeah. Well, make sure your wife is gone before you put that tub of liver in a food processor or blender or whatever you use. I hope my wife ain't listening. Ooh, yeah, this margarita tastes like chicken liver. I'm gonna have to change flavors. Uh, I might just buy me a cheap blender. There you go. That would probably be better than washing off with the garden hose. But it'll turn it into a thick soup. I mean, it doesn't take long, but you just boil it there and there won't be any solids left in it. It'll turn it into about a little bit thinner than oatmeal. But I think after this stuff sits in the refrigerator 3 or 4 days, I bought me a little box of quart Ziplocs. I'm gonna put my rubber gloves on and separate it out into about 7, 8, 10 containers, Ziplocs, and then freeze it in little portions. So, like I said, that stuff stays on the hook good. Just plain old stew meat. Now, what time is it? I'm simple. I'm simple time. Damn, it's loud out here tonight. Yeah, I hope it does. Uh, I look forward to stay out there on it longer marinated. Thank you. 9:29. The longer it marinates, the more it's gonna soak in, and it's broken down thin enough that it should marinate right on into that beef. Shut up, Charles. Uh, yeah, Charles, I had a extra blender out there in my utility room, and I got it out. I mean, I wasn't even thinking about using her food processor. And I got that blunder out there, and I poured that. There's a bite on that beach. Did y'all see that? That third pole? That gum.
Northbound here, starting up around the Greens, continuing on north, Randy Eckstein.
Randy Eckstein, that's a red top, y'all. That's a Randy Eckstein.
Must be right behind that Randy Eckstein.
That's a Randy Eckstein. Y'all see the lights on out there. That's a Marquette transportation boat. But anyway, I got my blunder out there and set it all up and put that tub of liver over in there and cut it on, and that thing took off, and the next thing I know, it was on fire up under the carport. I hit the off button and grabbed the pot off the top of it. yeah, he gone on by though, y'all. Yeah, I hate them red tops, man. But I burnt that thing burnt up sitting right there this morning in about 15 seconds. So I didn't have a choice. I had to go use the one in the house. It's a fine blunder too. Let me tell you. Yeah, I'm gonna let it sit. How many days you think, Ben? 3 or 4, 5? Look, that was the Randy Eckstein that went by, and there's another one right behind him. Right behind him. I don't know if they must have had the river closed back down there somewhere. They got to have the river closed. They can't. I bet they dredging down south somewhere, and they letting them through the northbound, letting them through at night. 2 or 3, okay. Well, that's what I'll do. I got through with it about, I don't know, 1:15 this evening. I got it all in one big gallon, and I just reached in there and got me about 7, 8, 10 pieces to come out here tonight. And it's on ice out here, so it'll be fine. I'll just pour it all back in that big batch and let it sit. Sure would be nice if that would catch fish. Well, I can't believe it. Yeah, but all these boats here are not coming from New Orleans. They can't be. The river closed at Rosedale. They closed it this morning about 10:30. A towboat hit the ground up there and they closed it. But now they may have it open by now. I don't know. But I hadn't seen any southbounds. All these boats are northbound. Just one right behind the other. That middle rod getting a bite. That's that old head that I stomped before I threw it out there. There's plenty of fish out there. I just don't think it's any big enough to get this bait. There's a bunch of clay ledges out there. one right after the other. And I guess they just mingling around there. I don't know. Power line down. How about that? If I had some matches, I believe I'd build a fire. Y'all ought to be able to hear that loud thing. He's making some noise. Sound like he need to put some oil in the cylinder. George, you think you're gonna feel like doing those food plots tomorrow? Okay, well, eat you a cookie. Eat one of them damn cookies. Oh, excuse me. Eat one of those dang cookies and go on out there and do it. And you ain't got big sacks to pick up, do you? Yeah, it only wasn't me. I tell you what, early next week, if you want to, we'll if we're gonna metal detect out there on in that bean field, we need to do it quick because they're gonna disc it so pretty quick, I imagine. Just one brownie left. Come down and come down and we'll hey yee. Y'all got any big? I mean, I got to put my glasses on to read that word. Oh no big towboats. Just one right behind the other. I wish I'd been counting. I don't know how many been down through here. All of them northbound, headed up there. Carrying y'all Yankees some gasoline, I reckon, or something. Had a lot of bites. Yeah, a bunch of bites, but no takers. Got skipjack on the first two poles and beef. I'll let Fins tell you what the beef is. He kind of liking it. I'll let him tell you how I made it. It's stew meat, little small cubes of stew meat. Fins, you want me to tell him? I know it. I ain't holding my mouth right. I peed in the river. I did everything. Willie told me I make sure I peed in the river. Well, I did that. I think maybe I'm using too big a bait and too big a hooks. I don't know. Okay, yeah, it is. All right, you want to hear about the stew meat, the marinade for the stew meat? I bought a tub of liver, chicken liver. I bought a platter of stew meat. I bought a bottle of anise, and I bought a package of cherry jello. And I cut all the beef up into little half-inch by half-inch squares, little small pieces. I put the jello in there, and I put about well, that's what I did there, and I mixed it up a little bit. And then I said, well, I don't know why I'm doing that. But I put the chicken livers in the blender and made soup out of them. I just made a soup out of the tub of chicken livers, and then I poured that in there on the beef, and then I put about 2 squirts of anise extract, and I sealed the bag up, and then I worked it and massaged it, did all that to it, and got it all mixed up really, really, really good, and put it in the refrigerator this afternoon. But I didn't get it done until after lunch, and they've been biting it. They've been biting that beef pretty good, and it stays on the hook. And we hope that after it stays in the refrigerator 2 or 3 days, it's gonna get all permeate that meat real good, and hope that's gonna be a new combination for this store bought bait. If that liver gets in that beef, I know it's gonna be a pretty good bait. And I can't see why it won't. Oh Lord. Towboat's down here. Yeah. Well, I tell you what I've done in years past with that old blender that burnt up this afternoon. I took old skipjack and got the guts out of them. Took the heads and got two plastic pieces of plastic and stomped the heads and got all that juice out of the heads. and put all that in a blender and soaked little cubes of beef in that and to juck fish with, and they work good. Yeah, they had a whole the meat part of the shad. I don't know, but now if I had plenty of shad and plenty of skipjack, I wouldn't be I wouldn't be worried about using all this other stuff. But it's fun to fool with and see what you can come up with. I know livers. You can catch fish on livers. I know that for that's a fact. Everybody knows that, but you can't get it to stay on the hook over 2 minutes. And if you try to throw it hard and you ain't got it in pantyhose or something, it's gone. And I've tried to use rubber bands on it. I've tried everything in the world through the years. But I ain't never thought about grinding it up until last night when I was going to sleep. I said, I'd take that liver and pure, puree it or whatever that word is, and then soak some beef in it. That might work. So I'm gonna see. I got a funny feeling that Fins and his Fins are gonna try it too. Well, I don't know whether it's time to. Yeah, you'll have a good charm out there. I tell you what, now consider this. Now you consider using stew meat instead of chicken. Just consider it. I'm just asking you to consider it because it stays on the hook so good. And I mean, all you're doing is, I mean, instead of marinating the chicken, marinate the stew meat. And that stew meat will stay on the hook. I'm just saying, just consider it. So that stew meat's a lot cheaper than chicken. Chicken gizzards, yeah. Hearts, hearts are pretty good. And I thought about pork liver because all up and down the Mississippi River is eaten up with wild hogs, and they get shot and they fall in the river. And I know those fish eat on them. I know they're familiar with the taste of pork, wild hogs. Well, I feel like I need to reel up here and rebait. I hate casting out there with all this noise. I can't hear the lead when it hits the water. Hello again, Randall. You riding? You on the road, man? There you go. Well, you don't ever know till you try. We back in the 60s and 70s when there were slaughterhouses around everywhere, we could buy blood. You could just go get a gallon of blood or half a 5 gallon. You can get as much blood as you wanted, and it'll congeal. You can cut it in squares. Works pretty good. All right, I'm fixing to do something. I don't know if it's wrong. There it is on the beach. I don't know what was it. I'd like to get them on sketches.
Liberty.
Woo! That smoke just shifted.
Please a second when I'll be down here around Miller Bend lower on the 140.
I don't know if y'all can see that smoke in there or not out there, the haze, but that barge load of corn is on fire down there. The wind is shifting.
You ain't hold up. Only 3 wide there. Keep these up for one. Maybe we'll make it.
Okay, thank you for stopping by, Yee. Yeah, I hope I get one fish. Suit me. But I sure appreciate you stopping in, chatting with us. Boy, that smoke has moved in here. Smell like burnt up cornflakes. Thank you, man. Thank you, sir. Hello, Lance. Hawaii from Wisconsin, I think. Yeah, man. It's getting cold. Lord have mercy. Maybe I ought to be baiting with overcoats or windbreakers or something. There's a bite on the middle pole. A tap. You know, I'm gonna try something different here right quick. All right, fish. It's about that time. Lance, did you watch Bex and that's a bite on the first pole? Did you watch Bex and Steven tonight? Did they catch any big fish? Okay. Boy, she had a good day in that tournament. Golly. If you gonna catch big fish, the tournament's the time to do it. Yeah, yeah, she did. And Bonnie tickled me getting out in that water. I guarantee you, them two women slept good that night. And Bex run over there to that cliff and sit down and scoot down that hill. She need to bring a shovel down there and cut her some steps. That was that was fun to watch. All this noise up in this lake. These towboats or something tonight. 24. What is it? Oh, I believe I got a fish. No, let it go. That was on that beef. What is it? An online tournament, Lance, or what is it? If it's online, I want to. I probably watch some of it. Oh, I thought I had a fish that time. He pulled on that thing 7, 8 times. Yes, sir. It's a Facebook group tournament. Okay. So it'll be on Facebook or YouTube or both. Sometime Saturday. Okay. And where will you be fishing, Lance? Sheboken. Okay, in Wisconsin. All right. On YouTube. All right. I'll have to check it out. 24 hours. I got I got plenty of time to find it. Yeah, they probably are. There's a bite on number the first pole now. Hey, he's pulling, pulling, pulling. I think I might have one here. Yeah, got one here. He's gonna end up on every pole I got. I don't know what to do about it. Go down here again. turn the hook loose. Open your mouth. There he is. Little 3 or 4 pound fish. Be just right for the skillet. Muddy. Oh, he twisting. There it is. That was fun.
I'll be on a 141.
Ah. Yeah. All right, CP, did you see that, man? I can still catch a fish. And he crossed up every line I got out there. All right, go again.
Lime and Liberty. I'll be behind that brand for the one also. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Safe trip on down. Thanks a lot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was. It was about due the day of any post. Yeah, he was about 3 or 4. He was 3 or 4 pounds. They just right for the grease. Yeah, if I was to catch a big fish here, I was lucky then because he crossed all three poles. He was out past one of them and went under the other one. Pretty good back current right here. I really ought not be fishing with two poles because I'm gonna end up with a mess if something big happens. Man, these towboats. They hooked him right in the side of the jaw, just like a circle hook's supposed to do. First fish I ever caught on a circle hook right there. Out of the thousands I've caught, that's the first one I ever caught on a circle hook. All right, got the skunk off the bank. Okay, Lance. I'll, if you're looking on Google Earth, Greenville, Mississippi, it's a Mississippi River town. All right, it has a port called Lake Ferguson, and I'm at the mouth of the lake and the river. I'm actually fishing in the lake. And the river is that the left pole there, the first pole. The river's out there about the Mississippi River is out there about I don't know quarter of a mile, and the river's rising right now, and it's rising pretty hard uh, for a day or two, and the current is flowing back to the right. Let me turn this thing just a little bit. Y'all, that's a towboat right there sitting and taking on barges. There's another boat bringing in barges and putting barges on his towboat. That's up in the lake. And he'll take off and go out in the Mississippi River. I guess he'll go south. I don't really know whether he'll go southbound or northbound. But I'm in the port of Greenville, I guess you'd say. this water, this oxbow is not connected to the Mississippi River on the north end of this lake. It's cut off. It's a levee up there. So the water is backing out of the Mississippi, going in it, going up in the lake. Yeah, it should be. The later, really, I think with the river falling a little bit would be probably be a little better. But now it'll be some big flatheads in here later on. There's some here now, I'm sure, but I hadn't caught one. But yeah, it's a fishy spot now, no doubt about that. But like I was telling Finn, I just started this bank fishing about 3 weeks ago. I've always been a boat fisherman, but I don't trust my old legs out there on the river anymore. And I got to watching these YouTube things that all of y'all doing, and I kind of got interested in it. I said, well, I'm gonna try that. So all this bank fishing is new to me, even though I've been on this river 60 years, fished it for 60 years. This bank fishing is all new. I always fished out of a boat. So it's kind of like learning all over again. And this bank that I'm on, it's it's 150 yards, 130 yards long. And I started at the upper end of it a week or so ago and been gradually working down this bank. And this was the first fish I've caught. And this is the most bites I've gotten. Is right here. And I've got about another 30 yards or 40 yards to go before I get in the woods. I can't go any further, and I believe that's going to be the best place. The next time I come out here, that's where I'll go. About 30 yards on down, and I believe it's a little bit deeper water right there. And I think that's going to be the ticket for this particular spot. And I got good cell service right here, so I'm hoping 30, 40 yards down there, I'll still have good cell service. You can't see it now, but when these towboats go in and out of here, it's a break out there about, well, right down there at that 30-yard mark, actually. It's a break out there where the waves off the towboats break over that big flat that's out here. I'm fishing on the flat right now. And if I move on down another 30 yards, I'll be fishing. I can fish on the flat and on the drop off, the deep water behind that flat. But I'm really just kind of feeling it out, trying to learn. Randall, did you see my fish? I caught one. Skipjack steak. Charles. I don't know. It's bank fishing. It's just like starting all over again. I'm telling you now. Because when I was in the boat, 30, 45 minutes, and I was gone to another spot. You can't do that fishing on the bank. Especially if you're trying to do it on YouTube and go live. It's it's all different. But it's fun. I enjoy it. But I'm also a metal detectorist. And I was kind of looking for something to do in the summertime when it's too hot and the crops all in the fields down here. And I think this is going to fit the bill. I may have to buy another thermocell. I believe there'll be at least two if you're out here on this riverbank in the summertime. Two thermocells running. But yeah, Charles Phillips that's in the chat room here, he's my fishing partner and my metal detecting partner. He lives up in Memphis. I live down here in Greenville. We're about 3 hours apart, but we still get together pretty regularly and metal detect. And I guess we're going to start doing some fishing. But I don't know about bank fishing, but wintertime is the best time for boat fishing for the big blues. Wintertime is a great time to fish for them. I don't know about from the bank because unless you can get somewhere where it's real deep water. I never caught a blue in shallow water in the wintertime. When the water temperatures get down in the 40s, I always catch them at the bottom of deep holes. I do, or I did. We got 3 boats down here. Can y'all hear all that noise?
Next one I know coming out behind me was that Judge Hill this afternoon. I ain't heard nothing all night. I don't know if he stopped or not.
They trying to get that big old boat off the bank down there. I'm gonna turn this camera around a little bit and let y'all see all that. That's 3 towboats right there. And put all them barges on that boat, and I reckon it drifted up on the bank down there, trying to get it off where they can go. All right, fish, time for another bite. Hey, Ken, caught a fish, man. Caught one. He was just shy of 48 ounces. Well, I don't know. He was between 48 and 60. But that's ounces now. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, I might be one of them poles. No, I don't know. I don't believe so, Charles. That middle pole maybe. Might be on the credit. But this back turn is so bad, I really need to be fishing with 2 poles. Because if I was to hang a big fish, I'd be in a mess. see. Hey, Kenny, if you still in here, there's that rig. I don't know if you can see it.
Southbound, Millibend, lower. Southbound, Liberty.
That's all it is to it. There's the only knot right there. Yep. I got 2 fresh baits out there and a piece of beef. Where's the beef? Hey, Jeremy. I don't think I need that thermostat anymore. I need a heater. Charles, you think the light bothers them fish with all them lights down there and stuff going on? They probably come to this light to get a little peace and quiet. I can't see how many hours I've been on here, but I had to be somewhere around 6 o'clock this afternoon, 6:30 maybe. And they've been working on that tow the whole time I've been here. Oh Lord. Yeah, really. What's 108 minutes? All right, there it is, the first pole. The one I just threw out there. Just a touch. They keep bringing him another barge. Constantly putting barges on that. I hope you're right. I hope he's a big one. And I hope he's on that right pole where I won't get everything crossed up. And
Southbound, Torfolk. Southbound, Torfolk. Liberty. Yeah, Roger. See you on the two. Liberty.
there he is. Hello. Twin. He's all muddy. Got dirt all over him. I think that's a little smaller than the other one. Kenneth, it wasn't a hog, but it was a fish. All right, well, yeah. You thought it smelled bigger than that? Okay. Yeah, he wasn't. I think that was a 36. No, let me see. 32. That's more like a 32. You know, I go by ounces. I'm surprised. I don't know how those lines all didn't get tangled up. It's amazing. Yeah, ravioli works, Charles, I guess. And I reckon you're eating it cold too, huh? You eating it right out of the can. Lord have mercy. I know you are. I've seen you do it. Well, I guess I better put another piece of beef on there. Yep, I agree, Kenny. I agree. Yep, yep. Let me do this. 50-pound test line kind of hard to carry. At night, especially for me. All right. See what happens. Well, I see them putting running lights on the front of that toe over there. It must be getting ready to leave here. Well, I tell you what, they got a. I think they call him a Charles. What they call that? The head deck hand, first mate. They got a first mate, and then as a bite on the middle pole. They got a first mate and two deck hands, or four deck hands. Excuse me. You know, deck hands work 6 hours on, 6 hours off, and they've been sitting here for at least 5 hours. Those boys will sleep good when they get in their bunks tonight. They'll sleep good. They've been pulling those ratchets for that many hours. Lord have mercy. Shooting star over there to the cross the river. Four hours. All right. Well, they've been here for. They were here working when I got here, so. And I got here. The first time I got here was about 5 o'clock. I had to go back home and get some stuff. So they've been here. They were here at 5 o'clock working. And they just now putting the running lights up on the front end. That's that blinking light that y'all see. I guess that's in. I don't know. I reckon it's in the center. I've never seen that on one before. Got the red light over there, and then the green light's supposed to be over there on the other side, I think. Yeah, just putting the lights and the depth finder down on the front of them barges is a day's work. And run that cable all the way out there and all that stuff. Good gracious. Them boys been working. I just felt a little swoop of warm air come in here. We got a northbound back here. Yeah, or something. I hear something coming. I know we got a southbound. The Liberty, I think it is. I heard him on the radio. South Louisiana fella. You can tell his accent. Might be old Creole. See, that blinking light y'all see on the left of the screen, that's the southbound out there on the river. The one that's going by the number one pole right now, or going up to it right now. And that's a southbound tow.
Southbound Warfield Point. Southbound to Warfield Point. Liberty.
Yeah, that's that South Louisiana fella. I guess y'all heard him. GPS, no lights on, no spotlight, nothing. Okay, man, I do appreciate it. Appreciate you coming by. Appreciate the conversation. Good luck with your boat, Kenny. All righty. See you later, bud. Oh, these towboats or something. Yeah, there's a southbound. They met right out there. Been a long time since I've seen this much traffic on this river. And they are busy. There's middle pole. I guess he's on it. A little bitty thing if he is. Boy, it's just like being in the middle of inside a combine. It's so noisy. CP, can you hear that? Hear those towboats roaring? I would think the mic would be picking all that noise up. There's plenty of it. Okay. You can hear that rumbling out there on the river? That one ought to be the blinking light. Maybe might show up in a minute. And he's making some noise. It's funny how these lights don't pick up on this camera. Not loud. And it's loud here. Got that on the river, and then these up here in the harbor. I don't see the green light on here. It's bright. I thought you'd be able to see it. I can't see it though. middle pole. I believe maybe a little old bit of fish on that thing. Lord have mercy. Man, this is like fishing in New York City. All this racket. Y'all just can't y'all can't appreciate the noise that's right here, right this minute. That northbound out there is making some terrible racket. He got the hammer down. You can just not see his boat. That's the toe right there that you see coming in from the left side of the screen. Now, now that towboat on the left, that line of lights is out on the river. Now the lights you see it to the right by the middle pole, that's up in the lake. He's tied off to a front of a barge right there, an empty barge. He's just kind of sitting there. I don't know what he's doing. That's a pretty neat picture though. That one out there in the river and the other one's in the lake. Now he's gonna shine his light around. He's gonna make some waves in here too. I don't believe that noise. I don't believe noise and light bother these fish on this river. They're used to it. They hear it all constantly. Hey, Charles, I see a lot of people that fish at night put bells on the end of their poles so they hear them jingle. I'd have to have an air horn on these poles to hear one of them with all this noise. I'd have to have one that when it pulled the pole down, it shot up, made one of them little air horns go off. As loud as it is out here. Good gracious. What time is it, Charles? Or whoever's in here. I see it's three people, but you don't want to see talking. 11:31. 11:31. Yeah. Well, that generator's fixing to quit. I might. I probably ought to shut this thing down before I have to pack up in the plumb dark. I'm about ready for a chilada anyway. Yeah, I believe I'm finna shut it down. I appreciate everybody coming by and watching. And the 3 people that's still here, I appreciate y'all sticking with me. I did catch 2 fish. But I'll see y'all later. I'm going to shut it down. Thank y'all.